Zum ersten Mal kämpft er heute in einem Finale eines Weltranglistenturnieres. Bitte begrüßen Sie den Amateurweltmeister von 2022 aus China, Jiahui. Sein Gegner ist der Seriensieger dieser Saison. 3 Turniere hat er schon gewonnen, bestreitet heute sein 7. Finale in dieser Saison. Der zweimalige German Masters Champion, Judd.
I think Judd Trump put it best himself last night. He said, yes, there are bigger prize funds in some other tournaments, but walking out here at the Tempodrome when it's packed like this is a money-can't-buy experience. What a great ovation the two players had ahead of the best of 19 frame final, playing for the £80,000 first prize, the Brandon Parker Trophy, and there'll be a picture with that now. 8 frames this afternoon as the pictures are taken ahead of a mouth-watering clash here in Berlin today. So Judd Trump appearing in his 43rd world ranking final against Jiahui, featuring in his first. Who's going to prevail? It's a fascinating clash, this.
First frame, Judd Trump to break.
Best of 19, 8 this afternoon. Judd Trump
Thank you.
appearing in his 4th German Masters final. He's won it twice. He's going to get us underway. And rarely for him a bad break-off, catching the blue. So an immediate chance for young Jiahui. 21 years of age. He wants to put to bed being known for nearly reaching the world final. Of course, he wants to be known for winning tournaments. This is his chance today.
Can we please make sure all the phones are switched off or on silent?
Everyone's still settling down after the introductions. Tatiana Wollaston, the referee, just reminding everyone to turn off the phones and just sit back and enjoy this match. Alan McManus is alongside me to do exactly that.
Oh, very much so. Thank you, David. Can't wait. Yeah, the waiting is over. Every final, I think, throws up a vibe, a feeling, and this one has something different, doesn't it? For once, Judd is the elder statesman in a final. 13 years older than his young opponent. Far and away the warm favourite. But Jiahui is playing fantastic, isn't he? Let's hope that he settles in early. He certainly has the first couple of shots, because this could be a classic encounter, no doubt about it.
9.
Well, he's the 13th player from mainland China to reach a ranking final. He's looking to become the 7th to win a title. And there will be sundry spin-offs coming his way if he does, not least immediately the Players' Championship. Qualify for that. He said after beating Karen Wilson that he doesn't think about his opponents, he thinks about his own game. And he's looking to just settle here. Of course,
60.
Played yesterday afternoon in this very environment, same environment for the semi-final, so he's used to the one-table setup. And it is some setup.
23.
Yeah, taking these nicely, and here's the first big shot of the final. Yeah, no joy. Hitting a bit of a red brick wall there.
29.
But a good positive start. Handy. 29 lead.
Jiahui,
It's nice to get
29.
your hand on the table early in a big final like this, being the underdog.
Yeah, he didn't miss, he just didn't get on one. Judd Trump's 6th ranking final of the season, 7th all told. He's also played the title match of the Champion of Champions, of course. He's won 3 titles. He's looking to, for his career, get to 27. That would leave him just one behind the great Steve Davis on the all-time list. He actually said himself, it feels a little bit like when he played John Higgins in that World Final, first time, back in 2011. He was the 21-year-old then, the new kid on the bays. Now he's the established player trying to hold off the next generation.
I don't think there's any question that C can win this final. He's got the scoring, we know that. In terms of scoring, he's not as heavy as Judd, but it is in there. Certainly no problem. It's whether he's able to compete with Judd when it gets down to this sort of stuff. Is he going to be afforded enough chances? If Judd plays well, he's likely to win comfortably, because on the evidence of what we've seen this week, he's not giving away many chances on the cheap.
No, I mean, Trump's safety game last night was superb against Craigie, and that is one area where you expect him to be on top. So, see, when he does get chances, and he had one straight away, of course, in this match, we'll be looking to make the most of them. He's got to score, hasn't he? You think if it gets a bit disjointed, Trump is the favourite. But, of course, he can also make the breaks. Evidence there, that last shot from Jiahui, it wasn't safe. Trump's found one. Shot to nothing, but might lead to something.
Yeah, so many weapons that he has.
5.
Beautifully picked out, open in red.
Six.
And 2 nice shots to get in position. His mid-range game has been superb this week. Now, C went into them. No joy. How about Judd? Perfect. All right, it was a far easier shot.
12.
Not liable to stick on them, but
13.
He's made 7 centuries in the tournament, although none in these last 2 matches. But in general this season, 64 for the campaign. The next best is 38, so it just shows you
19.
the heavy hitting he's been doing.
20. 26. 27. 33. 34.
Not a seat to be had. as you would expect here today. And that will be true whoever's in the final, but they've certainly been rewarded with a very interesting matchup here.
Yeah, that will do. A bit of a gamble. Trying to release that red. Good to go now. Plenty of reds in the open. Enough to win the frame at this visit. Without the need of the red on the left cushion. Yeah, this is where Judd's got such an upper hand over so many players. I mean, already the evidence is here in this break. The shot making is there for all to see. And just the fact that he was so nice on that red guarantees the optimum angle on this black to just release these two reds. Perfect.
$52.
Yeah, it's interesting here. He needs 13 points from these two reds. That's why he's playing this one, to stay on pink black. But there's a miss, and that was a scoreboard
52.
miss. See, if he plays the other red for bulk colour, he needs the difficult one. Yeah, I wouldn't call the miss by Judd a terrible error, because it was sort of scoreboard enforced.
Blue is going back on its spot. The only place it was going to go was there.
Yeah, that's the slight difference in shot making, isn't it? Judd would have had no problem, you would expect, on that shot that C's just played. He doesn't quite have the artillery that Judd possesses. And that's why, as David said, and rightly so, any chance he gets, he's got to make full capital. That's two now. All right, the first one, he's not culpable of anything. He went into the pack and no good. But what a shot that is. And that's a statement shot. I'm going to play an open game, because maybe he realises that if it gets a bit edgy and a bit tight and tactical, I'm probably not going to win. Oh, that's a loose one. He's still just about okay, but
13.
you know, it'd be a shame to waste such a stunning pot on that last red by not clearing. Big pressure, frame one.
Yeah, it's an example that every shot
Jiahui,
is of
13.
equal importance. He potted the tough red, and then he just played a lax positional shot to put himself under pressure on this one, which he has missed.
Here's the chance then for C, and a good one. Just gone a bit awkward. Couldn't do anything about the cannon on the pink. Had to pot it plain ball. Now the green is cuttable, but as far as the cue ball is concerned, there's a bit of lap of the gods about it. If he plays it. Seen already his intent. Here we go again. Ultra aggressive this. Fabulous shot. We got a glimpse of the yellow. It just about passes the green. A couple of shots ago. It does pass, obviously, but I don't know if he has all of the pocket. Yeah.
Jiahui, 6.
Well, he's had now quite a few chances, hasn't he, to win this frame.
Clever on a few counts. Free ball possibilities. Also, how does he hit it and get separation? Gotta rely on a bit of luck. Free ball then.
Well, the miss. Judd trump, 4. Free ball.
Yeah, not really left much. So Tatiana Wollaston, who had a good ovation herself, actually, she got to walk on from the balcony as well. He replaces the white. Yeah, excellent referee.
Judy. Okay, Judd. Okay. Oh, the miss. Judd trump, 6.
Yeah, Tatiana is superb. She also spotted the yellow, just moved marginally. I mean, that looks perfect straight away. She almost doesn't need the marker. She's that good.
The pink, just a fracture to you. Sorry,
Michael Kessler is the marker.
Just a bit more, and a little bit more to me. And the same with the yellow, so a little bit more to me. A little bit more, if possible. And then I think it's a little tiny bit to this side. Let me double check it.
Now, it's as perfect as it's gonna get, regardless of how many more times you move it. To be honest, it's very good.
I think it looks close enough.
Yeah, it doesn't have any material difference, a millimetre here or there. This one.
To that side, yeah.
Well, one way or another, it's a dramatic start to the final. Judd Trump caught the blue on the break-off. Jiahui made a few, got another chance later, has had a couple since. Now he's in a bit of trouble here. 14 behind, snookered. Mustn't leave the yellow on. But first of all, he's got to hit it.
A little bit this direction, to the cushion. And a bit this way. Could be that it's a little tiny touch more to the cushion, but I can't really see it on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Okay. Ball. No miss. Judd trump. 4-3 ball.
It's going to go back as well, you would think.
Back.
I mean, the points are stacking up. If he hit the pink and then gave away 4, he'd need a snooker.
Okay. Judd, thank you.
Yeah, that was the problem. Separation, difficult to get any, where Judd cleverly pushed the yellow 2 on top of the pink. So if this yellow goes in, it should be the end of frame 1.
Yes, the green will leave him 23 in front with 22 on. So we've seen already his tactical play, you know, could well be a factor today.
5.
This is why Jiahui will be disappointed he couldn't put away one of the good chances he had. Well, he does have the chance
Just
here.
try.
There's one snooker
5.
needed. And this is the problem within a couple of shots. He's in a snooker himself. Yeah, lovely. Great pot. So, first blood Judd trump. Very interesting start this
Judd
to
trump 4.
a fascinating final. Jiahui, well, he is having a look, but a couple of snookers now needed, 27 behind. Black and pink not in great spots, really.
Every credit for that one. I wouldn't be playing the swerve here. Don't want to be leaving a free ball. That's the priority number 1. Just got to go side cushion.
his favourite ball, is it? It's the one he hit off the break-off initially in this frame. Now it's refusing to go in. Well, another chance to put the frame to bed once and for all. Jiahui feeling he had no option but to pot it, but now it's
5.
a much tougher task, of course, just pink and black on. Needing 2 snookers.
Jiahui 5.
Yeah, I think he's fair enough to concede there. So, a fascinating start. Jiahui did have chances for sure, but it's Judd Trump who takes the first frame of the final. 10 needed to become German Masters champion here at the Tempodrome today. Judd Trump has won the opening frame of the German Masters final against Jiahui. There's the Brandon Parker Trophy, named in honour of the late Brandon, who was one of the original promoters of this tournament, first staged here in 2011, one of the most popular destinations on tour now. Jiahui didn't look like he'd be here at all. He was 4-0 down in the qualifying round that he had to play just before Christmas in Sheffield to Lu Haishan, but came through 5-4. He's beaten the likes of Yuan Si-jun, Ryan Day, of course Corin Wilson this week. Trump we saw with a very strong display against Tepchar Nu and John Higgins yesterday. Sam Craigie was a slightly more dragged out match. That he wasn't happy with conditions last night, but got through, and that's the important thing. He got the win, and here he is in his 43rd ranking final.
One.
We saw in the first frame by C being a couple of times ultra aggressive. He doesn't want to go too far that way. He's got to remember, Dave mentioned about, I don't think about my opponent and so much and just think about my own game. I don't think that's quite true. I don't think that's true of any player. You know, he obviously realises that tactically Judd's got the upper hand. So he is playing against his opponent, and as you should do. You say, don't get overly aggressive. Certainly you can here. Get the right half of them as we see it. Nah, that's unlucky. Terrific contact. You can never read what the pack's going to do when you go into them like that, even with full pace.
Jiahui, 13.
I definitely think Jiahui's a player, and there's been a few who's better off having been on tour, dropped off, had a year out and come back. We've seen that with people like Neil Robertson, Sean Murphy, Karen Wilson in the past. He was on tour initially from 2019 to 2021, dropped off, got back on winning the World Snooker Federation title in 2022. That event is back on now in Albania. So he had that year away. Of course, he did beat Sean Murphy as an amateur rather famously in the UK Championship, but just a bit hungrier maybe, having had to come back. What a fabulous pot this is. And he's freed the black as well. Well, he's showing intent, isn't he? He's showing trump. I'm going to take them on. He didn't get the black ultimately, but he's not backing away. Apologies if anyone watching, if your sound has gone a bit odd. We are trying to correct it.
Yeah, that red might, not sure if it does go, the one in the bottom of the cluster, but it's a kind of no-risk safety shot anyway. Or it should have been barring the top bump of the middle pocket. It's given not a chance, but let's see what kind of cue power C has got. Not as powerful as his opponent, but certainly got quite a bit of it. He's going to need it here. Very good indeed. He's just landed a bit in sort of no man's land as far as making a play on the cluster of reds. He has a deep screw in the yellow direct. But he's got to inject some power in this.
Yeah, sort of a smattering of applause for the effort here. Another big shot. And as I say, he's not going to back away. And that sends its own message, I think. Of course, Trump's been in that position many times.
10. $11.
What a shot this is. And if you can cut this red in and somehow get on a colour to get into the pack, you won't see as good a shot as that all season, that green, from anyone.
15.
Oh, and it looks like it's just ducked in behind the green, the cue ball. Surely he's not going to consider the blue. Long blue, I don't. He is, but only if he can get contact on the cluster, but I don't think he can, so yeah, that was a terrific couple of shots, wasn't it?
Jiahui, 50.
Every credit.
Yeah, you saw him sort of willing the cue ball to hold up, but unfortunately it doesn't work like that. It kept running. Of course, one of Trump's victories in this tournament was in Milton Keynes. That's because of the pandemic, but he's looking to become the first player to win this title 3 times. Of course, Mark Williams and Ali Carter, like him, twice winners.
Yeah, bonus. Getting so tight to the green. Didn't know an awful lot about it, just played obviously in behind bulk colours. To get so tight to it has given Judd a Massive headache to get anywhere near the red left of picture. It's extremely challenging from here.
Well, Nimis, Jiahui 4.
And what a lead, it's absolutely perfect.
1.
That's the key shot. Get nicely on a red and he should win the frame.
Seven. Eight. Fourteen. 15.
Can't get in the top 16 immediately if he wins. He'll be up to 20th on the official ranking list, but getting in the Players' Championship, possibly the Tour Championship, he's qualified for the World and Welsh Opens as well. There's every chance he would gain a Crucible seeding for the World Championship. So all these
21.
spin-offs are there in the background for success.
22.
This pink, and he'll be successful in this frame, barring snookers. He's certainly taken the game to Trump,
28.
going for his shots. In the end, it was, I suppose, a bit fortunate to land tight in behind the green that set up this chance, but overall,
29.
he's looking good. He's looking to play his own game. Very exciting player, I think. And one of those, certainly, if he did win one, you could see,
35.
he's only 21 years of age, you could see him racking up titles over the next few years.
36. $42. 43.
We've had a few one-sided finals in this Tempodrome over the years. Let's hope this is a close one for
49.
the audience this evening.
$50. 53. 55. 58. 62. 67.
Well, he'll have enjoyed this break, not least because he's made Trump just sit and watch it. The frame's long since been over, but Jiahui just playing himself nicely into this final.
73.
Black's off the table, but the frame for Jiahui is on the scoreboard. Terrific 73. And it's honours even in the early stages of this German Masters final. One apiece at the Tempodrome. One each. Judd Trump, Jiahui, the final of the German Masters. 8 frames in this session. Possible 11 tonight to become champion. There's the trophy that will be presented this evening. Nice 73 from Jiahui just to settle in. He's up off the break-off again very quickly. Wasn't happy with it. Just slightly on the back foot at the moment, Trump, in this match. Could easily have lost the first frame, did lose the second. And he's seeing an opponent going for his shots. He'll be going for this one.
Yeah, it's noticeable. You play your first ranking final and people are looking for maybe some reaction or some sign that the occasion might be getting to, well, any player. It's a huge occasion, obviously, and all new to him, but on the evidence so far, not a bit of it.
5.
Seems to be enjoying himself. That's where he's got to be tidier.
6.
I know he can still go into the pack, but with a pink weighting as well there, you play for pink and black. You don't play for black off that. It's a mini mistake that might, I mean, we'll see, it might pay off in a different way, but an unplanned way. Yeah, it was
Jiahui 6.
The previous red just was loose and, you know, on the back of a great opening long red, he's made nothing from it. Actually less than nothing with a 7-point penalty. But at 4 balls and -1 overall, wasn't it?
Judd Trump 4.
This could be a big mistake. He's opened the reds, left one on. So what looked like a promising start to the frame for him is now out of his hands. Trump was not happy with his own break-off shot. But he's in. Trump himself made the comparison to when he played John Higgins in the World Final 2011, but of course it's worth saying he had just won a ranking event himself then. He'd won the China Open, so he had a trophy on the mantelpiece already.
4. $11. 12. 90.
This is a benefit of being so good and so strong in every department. For the moment, or certainly so far in this final, Judd's been, as I say, quite watchful and been quite safety minded, but when he gets his chance he's able to switch between modes so quickly, between defence and attack. It's not like he's gone into his shell, nothing like that in the match so far, still the very early stages of it. And that's why, as we said, Jiahui, every single chance he gets, like the good one he had at the top of this frame, he's got to do a bit better than that loose positional shot of the red over the right corner. Basic mistakes will not be forgiven by Judd. Just landed. A bit awkward on the red. Cue ball's been brilliant all week long, I think. But the odd time when he has lost the cue ball, talking about switching modes, it's into now shot making mode. Can he come up with one here?
Well,
I enjoyed that one, didn't I? As did Trump. Yeah, he's recovered well. Gone straight for the gap.
35.
It's a bit of an adventure, isn't it? That's the thing with Trump. I guess that's what makes him so exciting.
Yeah, it's interesting to note that he didn't play on either red on the end cushion. Still being quite careful.
36.
But the last two reds have been of stunning quality to keep this going.
Yeah, eventually
Judd
the miss does come.
39.
It's hard to keep going to the well, I guess. Just sort of lost ideal position, didn't he?
Yeah, got some interest in the plant. It's one of those, he's going to be playing the shot anyway, so he's got to manipulate it slightly. Yeah, difficult to do that, and again it's a wee bit of a lazy one cue ball wise. 44 in front, Judd. Enough reds dotted around to put this frame away with one good pot. He just didn't pay enough attention to his cue ball. See?
Black ball.
Well, right from a very young age for Judd Trump, Sundays were about snooker finals in various junior events. And of course, on the professional tour, from 2018 to 2021, over 3 seasons, he won 14 ranking titles. 6 in one season. Just dipped a little bit last couple of years, didn't he? I suppose it was impossible to keep going at that level, but he's not far off it now. He's looking to win his 4th this campaign tonight, with plenty more to come.
17.
Got that relentless attitude that the great players do have. Win one, get on with the next one. We saw that earlier in the season when he won in Brentwood, got on the plane to Wuhan, won that one, came back to Belfast, won that one. Jiahui just handing him a few opportunities
24.
here. Trump lost his way when he was in, but didn't take long to get back in. No way. Wow. Unbelievable.
Yeah, I've seen it and I don't believe it. I'm thinking, is a double on? Oh dear.
I mean, if you got that in a computer game, you'd be happy, wouldn't you? But to actually do it on the real table, amazing.
35.
Yeah, this isn't 9 ball.
So Judd Trump,
35.
he needed a couple of chances, but he got enough there, and he's back in front in this German Masters final. One more frame to come before the first interval. Judd Trump looking for his 27th ranking title. Jiahui for his first. It's Trump leading 2-1. Of course, Trump was 4-0 up to RonnieO'Sullivan in the last final, the World Grand Prix, a couple of weeks ago. So, no lead is really good enough till you've won, but he's obviously looking for 3-1, just try and hold his young opponent off at the first break.
Ball. No miss. Jiahui 4.
So this red clearly pots to right middle. Yeah, just near jaw. It's heading to that jaw, wasn't it? No doubt Jiahui is going to take a lot on, which is fine. It really does boil down to how many does he get. He didn't get that one. He has left Trump this opening.
Yeah, that was another terrific shot.
6.
To get straightish on this red means that he's got so many ways he can go about this. Blue is the option.
7.
Again, we make the point all the time. He's got so much to call upon in the shot-making stakes to set up the opportunity. This obviously been right up there and one of his best assets. Nothing he can do about that though. So Jiahui's got to grasp his opportunity here.
Yeah, great scoring chance this. He actually equalled his highest break at this tournament, 140. Made 12 centuries this season. But sometimes it's about the timing. You know, Trump was looking good there on the attack, unlucky to knock a red in. So it's the sort of psychological damage he can inflict as much as anything here if he can win the frame.
Six. Seven.
That's quite a good sort of thoughtful shot, that. Easy to play on the pink, but pink going on the black spot, then you pot the black and then that gets a bit congested, so it's good thinking. So he's clearly trying to get this black in play and keep the pink where it is. That was excellent thinking, that by C.
Currently in Albania, it's the World Snooker Federation Championship, effectively the World Amateur Championship, and all the guys there will be well aware this man won that 2 years ago. Gets you a 2-year tour card. But then it's about making the step up. Of course, as I said earlier, he had already been on tour for 2 years.
21.
But you're in with the big guns, aren't you? And it's sort of sink or swim time. Had a relatively quiet season. He's won quite a few matches, but it wasn't until this week that he went on an extended run in the tournament. And I know a lot of snooker fans excited to see him again. He created great memories, of course, at the Crucible.
28.
Won a lot of friends there. Just the way he played, the way he conducted himself.
29.
Yeah, that's superb. He's not going to be able to pressurise Judd tactically in this match. The only way he's going to be able to hurt him is by punishing and making Judd suffer. It wasn't a mistake as such by Judd, just plain old bad luck, but that's all part of it. It's difficult
45.
to get Judd at it, as we say, and under pressure. The only way you're going to do it is by scoring heavily when the chance comes along, because he's not going to get many freebies like this one. is again. Nothing Judd could do about that.
$52.
So he has taken advantage. This black to lead by 62 with 59 on.
I was so impressed earlier on in the break when he didn't play on pink that would have congested the black spot. It was almost a case of what he didn't do that was more impressive.
60.
It shows me that he's learning all the time and thinking properly about his break building. Just got to be careful here though. This door is ajar for Judd.
60.
Reds dotted around the pink spot are going to interest him. As far as getting a snooker, a few shots down the line.
Yeah, Jiahui, I mean, he was a long way in front against Ryan Day in that quarter-final, 4-1. But Ryan Day did get the snooker he needed in the 6th frame. He could have made it 4-2, just didn't make the clearance.
Yeah, C has taken his foot off the gas just for a split second there. And played quite a loose shot. There it is again. I think it's a safety shot would have been more the order of the day there.
9.
And having
60.
played that pretty much to perfection, he should be in good position on this last red.
17.
To try and get in behind that pink with a cue ball. Should have been straight though. It's not as good a chance to weld C in behind it. Even covering the base
20.
here of putting the red in bulk. So this is key now. If we can get in behind the black, the red should be in bulk. Yeah.
Trump, 24.
Not what he was after.
Well, it's a chance missed for Trump, and it's a very relieved Jiahui. But it sets it up nicely for everybody watching. They're going to be coming back level for another 4 frames this afternoon.
Six.
44 in front, so I don't think there's any danger here of Trump playing on. So an hour and 13 minutes for the first 4 frames. Judd Trump and Jiahui head to the dressing rooms, all square in the German Masters final. A fascinating matchup between these two. And at the first interval, they're level at 2-2.
Thank you. Take your seats quickly,
2-2.
please.
Now, Judd Trump has not been happy with his 2 break-off shots so far. He's left reds on both times. Be happy with this one. Much happier. Yeah, 2-2. 4 frames remain this afternoon in the final of the German Masters. Jiahui attempting to get his name on the list of ranking event winners. He would be the 76th player to do so. Yeah, it's about what you'd expect, I suppose. An hour and 15, average frame time, 18 minutes. There the high breaks. C's actually had the 2 highest, 73 and 60, so far anyway. Shot back the double. Of course, he could have had a big one in frame 4 had he not been unlucky to knock a red in going into the pack off the blue.
Yeah, it was a clever pick out, this, wasn't it?
Six.
I should have been disappointed that frame 4 into the pack and only to see a red disappear. That's one of the reasons his brother is with him. He'd have gone back into the dressing room or the practice room and he'd have said, right, okay, no big thing. Let's just get back to working.
14.
Set about trying to build a lead going into this evening's session. Put it to the back of his mind, which I'm sure he has.
Yeah, and it's not like he has the pressure in the sense that, oh, he's not won one for 2 years, you know, can he win? I mean, he's won 3 this season. So it's just, in Stephen Hendry's word, it's just greed really now, isn't it? Win as many as you can, that's what the great champions want to do. He was the same, Steve Davis. Whatever tournament they were playing in that week was the most important one. Those two would have loved in their heyday to have had a tournament like this. They had many great tournaments to play in, but of course 2011 this tournament was established at the Tempodrome.
$27. 28.
This is his not new way, but current way of building breaks. He picks them off, build the lead, build the frame, and sort of mid-break try and find a way
35.
of pushing more into the open like this. So accomplished at it. So many shots he has, as I said before. In and out of bulk, all that sort of stuff, no problem.
41.
I said earlier in the week a few times that his cue ball's been superb this week, more so than I think I've ever seen, generally. And, oh, there's quite a poor one, just to say that. But because his powers of recovery are so good and the amount of shots that he has, it needn't be pristine, his cue ball, all the time. Although clearly there, that's quite a serious blunder for any player to land this awkward. In and out of bulk. Oh. There's the recovery. Perfect again.
Yeah, it's akin, isn't it, to Seve Ballesteros playing golf, you know, sort of seeing a lot of parts of the course maybe he shouldn't have done, but still having that genius to recover.
This time it's the pack.
$51.
Not like him to miss a target that wide. Dave called it earlier. It tends to be that way, doesn't it? A bit of an adventure. Same with this one.
Judd Trump, 51.
Yeah, so still not improved tie break for the day. Outwardly, though, he does seem able to accept if it goes wrong. How he's feeling inside, we don't know. He won't like that one, and what a kiss as well. Wow.
Yeah. And if the yellow goes, which it appears to, this is a great chance. They're actually a lovely pack as well, providing he gets a piece of them. Oh.
Three.
Yeah, it's disappointing. That is a huge target for both of them to miss.
Jiahui, 3.
That's why the cannon's so important on the pack. You let Judd back to the table, and more often than not, he's the one that's going to start to dictate.
There's some shot he's played there, covered all the reds, which are all in a potable position. So he can't afford to leave any of them on. He's 48 behind. And that's exactly what's happened. So Trump gets a second chance to win this fifth frame.
One.
I think if you'd have said to him when he played John Higgins in that World Final in 2011, in due course you're going to become one of the best safety players in the sport. He might have recoiled in horror, but he has done. His all-round game now is fantastic. Still the heaviest scorer on tour this season, 64 centuries, but when he has to pull out a great safety, and invariably he does do, and it looks like it's won him this frame.
5. $13.
It's one match. It's divided into 2 sessions. They're divided into 2 mini sessions. It's all about just trying to gain any sort of advantage. And that's the main priority, of course, to try and get a lead coming back this evening.
$27. 28. $35. 36. $43. 45. Judd Trump, 45.
So, Jiahui did have that chance, didn't get into the reds, then Trump had him in a horrible spot. He left a red on, and Judd Trump, for the 3rd time, is the odd frame in front in the final, 3-2. In the first session of the German Masters final. Never been more than a frame in it. Trump, for the 3rd time, is in front.
So strong. Even with the butt in the air, it was quite awkward cueing, having to muscle it and force the red in. Once again, such an asset to have. Those awkward shots, the ones that keep the kettle boiling. You think he's out of position and he comes up with another one. It's been a feature of this final so far. He's spotted at least, I would say, half a dozen of those type of shots, those recovery shots that keeps the bandwagon rolling on.
10.
Another needed here, not a sitter, far from it. doesn't worry about having to keep recycling the break. Doesn't bother him at all. In some ways he seems to thrive on it. It shows skills. And this time the cue ball is perfect.
$16. $17.
Hampered furniture time if he's going to play the black. Suppose in playing it, he does have at least a couple of reds to potentially get on.
$24.
I mean, it's only a break of 25. He's almost covered every blade of grass, and if there is such a thing in a snooker table, but you get the point. He just keeps on potting them. Just beginning to take a grip of this final as Trump. I think he senses the chance to put a bit of daylight between himself and C.
$36. $42. $43.
Hasn't been overly successful going into the pack today. How about now? Perfect. Was never going to last, was it?
No, and that's the thing. He went 3-2 up without any fireworks, really. Still in the lead. Maybe the fireworks will come now in the remainder of the session. That's the danger.
49. $50.
He's made 7 centuries in the tournament.
55. $56.
So we'll need another red after this pink, and it'll be a quick kill.
$62.
Yeah, the trump move has been seriously made.
$69.
965 career centuries. 3
70.
behind John Higgins, who's in second place to RonnieO'Sullivan on the all-time list.
$76. 77.
Didn't have a lot of angle there, but managed to fashion something.
82.
He'd be annoyed. 82, but not a century. But even so, he won the frame in one visit. And for the first time, significantly, he is 2 frames in front. Annoyed not to make the century, but he's opened up some clear blue water against Jiahui. Leads him 4-2.
Frame 7. Judd Trump to break.
So Judd Trump, for the first time, is 2 clear in the final. 2 remain this afternoon. 4-2 against Jiahui, and a crisp 82. His highest break so far this afternoon in frame 6. Well, can you believe that? I mean, it was a great pot, but Cannon is not the black in, and he's left trump a red to far corner.
One.
Yeah, the snooker gods pay back, it seems, from frame 4 when Judd went into the pack and a red disappeared. Yeah, that was equally unfortunate. Brilliant pot. And things now starting to just happen for Judd. All right, not absolutely
8.
perfect on this red to middle, but if it goes in, he's off and running again. He'll sense within himself this is the time to really press home the advantage that he's built up. Not this time.
Judd Trump 8.
So an important visit coming up now for Jiahui. The frame could have been over through a piece of bad luck for him, but he's got the chance. Trump missing this red.
One. 6. Seven. 11. 12.
Whether he'll pay for it remains to be seen, but I would rather, I must confess, that he left that red over the corner as backup. He didn't think about it really a few shots ago, and so he's having to do the thinking now, and hopefully for his sake it won't be too late.
Sixteen. 17.
Just about held on to decent position on the green. That's too forceful.
So Jiahui,
I do
17.
think he paid the price for not thinking earlier on in the break. He didn't get the order of taking the reds correct for me.
One. Eight.
Well, I said it was a big visit. It didn't come to much, did it?
9.
Judd Trump determined now to, again, psychologically take advantage as much as the scoreline really put Jiahui in a bad place for the last frame of the afternoon. And a bad place in the match, full stop, if he's 6-2 down.
Oh, he's knocked the plant on as well. That'll keep. That's perfect. Plant to left corner.
Twenty-one. 22.
More than enough points then with the 3 straightforward reds.
29.
To put himself well past the point of Snooker's required.
30. 36. $37.
Yeah, the thing is, Jiahui, he's had enough chances in this match to be 5-2 up himself. A couple of balls' time, he's going to be 5-2 down.
$44. $45.
Yeah, I think his attention to detail hasn't been as good as Judd. A bit like Sam Craigie was as well. I mean, you know, you think back to the in-off, what was it on the green that Sam Craigie played? It was very avoidable, shall we say. I mean, you know, it's not a critique. It's just, it happened when it needn't have. He went in-off when he had so many different options, and Jiahui has just made it one or two, not odd decisions, just incorrect decisions, I think.
Two snookers needed. It's a great effort, this. Not quite. That could have been quite nasty.
Yeah, talking about questionable decisions, so far I'm trying to think. I don't think Judd's made one wrong move.
One. Eight. Jiahui, 8.
Cross double. It's certainly on if he wants it.
Well, I think we can sound the big last frame of the afternoon klaxon, because it is a big one for Jiahui. He needs to win it, you feel. Otherwise, it is a tall order against a very experienced winner in Judd Trump. 6-2, he's in trouble. 5-3, still obviously great hope this evening.
5.
He knows better than anyone that big matches can turn around, of course, after what
7.
happened in Sheffield. But we know how confident Trump is right now.
10.
Now look at that, the Blacks had the nerve to get in the way, so now what? There's one person not smiling, it's that man. He's got preparing himself for a big frame. Needs to win it, you feel.
Jiahui, 7. Judd Trump, 10. Frame conceded, frame.
Judd Trump then has made his move from the interval where they were all square at 2-2. He leads 5-2, and he's halfway to the German Masters title with one frame left to play here this afternoon.
The session.
Leading 5-2.
Jiahui to break.
See Jiahui just looking for a foothold coming back tonight. Of course, there is slightly more wriggle room now. It used to be best of 17. It's now best of 19, this final.
One.
Well, another wonderful pot.
Yellow ball.
Just feeling great right now, Trump. Feeling in control.
Judd Trump. 1.
One of those, though, he wants to press on. You kind of feel he'd be disappointed with 5-3 now because he's certainly been the better player the last sort of 40 minutes. He led RonnieO'Sullivan 5-3, didn't he, halfway in the World Grand Prix final a fortnight ago. Came out the wrong side in the end, 10-7.
Yeah, good on him for sticking to his principles. See, not prepared to take a backward step, trying as best he can to be aggressive. But you've got to keep knocking that type of shot in. Excellent opening red now. Where's the pink spot? Or where's the pink going to go? Up table on the brown spot in all probability. Half out of commission, but
7.
can he get a handle on his cue ball for this visit? See,
8.
that's kind of the difference between the two players at the moment. Just losing his cue ball and doesn't, as we know, no one else does really, the power to be able to recycle it the way Judd can. What looked a good chance 30 seconds ago, looking a wee bit doubtful now. Great potters, these guys. You keep leaving mid-range, eventually you miss one.
14. $19.
More like it.
$25.
Certainly worth playing on the pink. And decide to stay on blue again. You know, again, the small details. Maybe play there on the pink. You're guaranteed to be above the blue line. Good recovery. And getting ever closer to the frame he badly needs to keep in touch in this final.
That's it.
He's a player known so far for that great adventure in Sheffield, where ultimately he just came up short of the world final. But I think everyone recognised at the time he's young enough to get over that. You could see the great potential in him, the star quality in him as well. And it's moments like this where you have to demonstrate that when you're in trouble in a big match against a great player.
There is absolutely no logic to the shot that he just played. There's none whatsoever. He's got enough reds in the open where he can just pick them off. Certainly two that we clearly are, I mean, very obvious. Why he's playing into the pack with force, I just don't know. If you don't need to do something, don't do it. I mean, credit to him, it was a nice break, and there's another poor safety shot, leaving the left-handed Judd an opportunity that he simply shouldn't have. It was a bad decision again, as much as anything else. Will Judd make him pay? Won't be the first time.
One. Blue ball. Jet trump. 1. Thank you.
Two hours playing time, a critical point reached as well. Jiahui was looking so good until for some reason he tried to disturb them when he had enough on, seemingly to win the frame. 41 points in this last frame of the afternoon. So, presented with another chance to pull one back. Pressure's come on though, isn't it? You can see it. Often is the case, because it's the last frame. There's going to be 3 hours with nothing happening, so it's going to set the tone for when they do return.
One.
Yeah, just flicked the blue. Wanted to come past it.
7. Jiahui, 7. Jiahui, 4.
Well, those 4 points pretty helpful actually. Can he knock this in? Big shot.
Yeah, Judd still just hanging on in this frame. He's looking for one small piece of genius. Great effort, because he was absolutely perfectly on the pink. This time he's got the desired result with a safety shot. This is a bit of trouble for C. He's got to play the red near the left corner, the one that he's snookered on. He's got to make some sort of play in that for me. None of the other reds go, really. I think he's got to gamble on it. Just hit it and hope you get it safe. Yeah, it doesn't appear to have any other appealing options with the other 4 reds. I'd be leaving them where they are for the time being. Take my chances on the loose one. Yeah, just hit it with some pace. Yeah, he's trying to be too cute there, I think.
Miss. trump 4.
Like I say, get the button there, get a bit of side on it, hit the red. You never know what can happen. Maybe push something safe. You're taking a chance, a bit of a risk. He tried to be too cute with a thin clip. Now then, outside chance for Judd. What can he do with it?
Well, it didn't finish great, needless to say. Just looking for something better than this, certainly. It's amazing how often these last frames just feel so important, purely because they're going to stop for a few hours. It's got that feel about it for sure, and the crowd getting involved as well.
Yeah, it's like a match within a match, this frame, isn't it now?
Blue ball. Jet trump 1.
Yeah, you can see a red full ball, I think. 1 second away from the black. It's quite tight, actually. It's one of those, the only way you'd find out. Take the red that's touching the black, take that away, but... and then you would be able to get a definitive answer. We'll see whether it makes a difference. But he's certainly in trouble here, see. The red was a bit straighter, it would actually be a very good chance for Judd, but it's a wee bit awkward. Oh, for blue-pink. And at last, oh, well, I thought it was going to... he was going to have the red on. Find a bit of solace in this match that I've been striving for.
Jet trump 4.
It's all got a bit frazzled. Still is frazzled. I mean, it was thin, obviously.
Foul.
And Jiahui's going to have the same shot.
Jiahui 4.
And that's why Judd, he might actually get another shot at it if he gets put back in. Man, it's a nasty one. It's very thin, isn't it?
Yeah, you could see from side on, actually, like you say. Such a thin cut, this. It could easily happen again, that. Of course, C is 47 in front, so a red in a reasonable sized colour. That's what he's working out.
It's one of those you could actually put Judd back under 2 different rulings, isn't it? A miss and play again. But, you know, immaterial, obviously. But yeah, it's a strange sort of decision that he's got to make. I think the first thing, what he's not going to put Judd back in, because there's no real point to that. He's not in any great trouble. It's just whether he thinks the cut is on.
Well, that's the thing, because Trump has basically said to him it is, because he's taken it on, but, well,
Marcel, can
he's
you
going
pick it up,
back.
please?
Well, this is a risk.
Yeah, that's the last thing I think was going to be a miscalled, obviously. And
That's very good already.
the ball's replaced, so Judd
Okay, Jiahui. Thank you, Marcel.
doesn't have the cue ball in hand, effectively.
Well,
Groundhog
miss.
Day actually was last week. At least this
Jiahui
time he
for-
didn't go in off. So what it all means is C needs one red to get to the snooker's required stage. But what do you do now? Do you put it back again?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it might not be the worst, because if he misses it again, he loses a frame, doesn't he? He'd get the warning.
Yeah, it's one of those where you're just trying to think. Well, he's not having it. He's having him play it from here.
Thank you.
That's the decision he's made. It's one of those sort of sat at home, you know, with a soft drink. You know, it's all very clear, but out there, it's been that sort of frame where it's hard to sort of almost think properly. I wonder if Jiahui even twigged about the 3-miss thing. Because Trump couldn't have played that same shot again. So what would he have played? But anyway, that's gone.
Yeah, it was a bit of a head scrambler, wasn't it, all round? Having to defend here now, see. And the table's wide open, isn't it? Any mistake's going to be pounced on. Oh, that's superb. That is a fabulous shot. Look at this cue ball. Trouble again for C. No obvious return to balk.
Then I think, of course, he needs one red, and Trump needs a snooker. So if he can't think of anything else, he may take it on. If he doesn't get it, though, it's out of his hands, of course, what happens next.
Ball, the miss. Judd, Trump, 4.
Yeah, now this will be replaced, I would imagine. Worth a look for Judd. But just the tariff of difficulty and the safety that C is playing has almost made Judd's mind up from there. So, yeah, pal, have another go at that. knock yourself out, because it's a horrible shot. It really is. And it's one of those, looking at the cut that Judd played on that red in the left centre, how does he get the cue ball inside that line? It's got to be wafer thin.
Just a touch this way, not far. And that's it. That's perfect.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Got to be wafer thin, nothing else will do. Or he'll be leaving the red.
Ball. No miss.
Obviously won't be playing it a third time, so he's now going to be taking on the long red unless Judd makes a play in this.
It's kind of in Trump's calculation as well. Does he want to risk him taking the red on and getting it?
Yeah, because there's a sort of unwritten rule in snooker that if the guy plays a shot that he's got no other option, he ends up knocking it in. That's why Judd's playing this. Oh, and he's got it. He's got it. Wiped its feet, but disappeared.
Well, Jiahui has made all the running in the frame, but now Trump has his chance to make what would be a pretty devastating clearance.
Seven.
Wow, what a let-off that is.
Seven.
So after all that, Jiahui just needs a red, and it should be 5-3. What a dramatic frame to end the afternoon with. Half an hour. The relief is palpable, I think. Judd Trump is still going to be in front. He knows it could have been more. Overall, he'll be satisfied enough with his afternoon's work. But this frame, clearly significant for his opponent. He was struggling there quite badly at times, but barring,
8.
well, 3 snookers now, he's going to be 2 behind rather than 4.
Jiahui. 8. Just got to be careful here not to do anything kind of daft. It's that position with the red, of course, the free ball could come into play if Trump were to get a snooker.
Yeah, the way that Judd is normally like in this type of situation, like a dog with a bone, isn't he? Could be quite a bit to run in this frame.
Well, assuming it is 5-3, which is not yet, but assuming it is, it does give Jiahui some hope coming back this evening. But Judd Trump justifiably the favourite to get this one. It would be a third success in the tournament. It would be a fourth ranking title this season. Yeah, of course, Trump doesn't want to pot the red. The free ball could come into play yet. Just a bit of danger here yet. Particularly the sort of frame it's been, the longest of the match. Even there, you know, the in-off was on. Certainly the danger is the longer it goes on, Trump gets a really good snooker. Yeah, well, that helps, obviously. Controlled that quite nicely. So now, well, in fact, he's conceded the frame, so the session is over. Judd Trump then had the chance to clear up for 6-2, but he is still going to come back for the final session this evening with an advantage in the German Masters final. 5-3, pulled away after the interval, and it's set up nicely for the conclusion tonight. Judd Trump, looking for his 27th world ranking title, leads Jiahui, looking for his first. 5-3.
It's the final session of the 2024 German Masters. It's Judd Trump with a 5-3 lead over Jiahui, who's breaking off in frame 9 of a possible 19. 10 is the target for the title, the Brandon Parker Trophy, and that first prize of £80,000. And it was a very important frame, wasn't it, Neil Foulds, for Jiahui to win at the end of that first session?
It really was. I think it was a crucial frame. It was an odd frame because there was a few balls missed and misses replaced. But he won it, and that does change it. You're absolutely right. At 6-2 down, it's very hard to think that he could get back into this. But it is worth remembering that very recently Judd Trump led by this margin against RonnieO'Sullivan. Of course, we're not seeing Ronnie here tonight. Maybe that is, of course, the difference. But he was in front in that World Grand Prix final and didn't win it, and he has, despite winning 3 ranking tournaments this season, he's been beaten in finals as well. So it's a success story, but for this young man, he's still in there.
Yes, this is Trump's 7th final of the campaign. He's been tremendously consistent again, and of course he's looking to do something that no one has done before, win the German Masters for a 3rd time. Both Mark Williams and Ali Carter have won it twice, as he has. But for Jiahui, who's still only 21, remember, looking to land his maiden title, and that would be some story, wouldn't it, after the crushing disappointment of losing the world semi-final in the manner in which he did from that huge lead. It would just confirm his rehabilitation after that chastening loss.
Well, surely Tatiana was not going to put the pink in the middle of all these reds. I mean, that is a horrendous job to be faced with in front of This massive crowd here at the Tempodrome. I mean, surely. Well, and now the red's got to be put there. I wouldn't want to be doing this job, I can tell you. I don't think it's going to go in there somehow. And it's got to be in line down the centre. At the moment, it looks a bit left of centre, doesn't it? If it was me, I would just stick it below the bunch and say it doesn't go there. But that's probably why I'm not a referee.
Well, she's a pretty cool customer, is Tatiana. Of course, it can't be touching those other reds, so it has to go in a straight line naturally without touching other ball. But wow, that is well and truly surrounded, that pink, isn't it?
I think we can safely say the pink doesn't go anywhere.
Thank you.
Not available to any pockets.
And a deserved round of applause there for the referee. So on we go. It was an excellent red for C to get in at the start of this all-important frame.
He's a terrific player, Jiahui, and he didn't always play as well as he could earlier. Judd played a very streetwise session, but he can play better as well. This is the first we've really seen of Jiahui this week in any form since that World Championship. We all know what happened there. He had a huge lead, bidding to become the youngest ever World Champion in the semi-finals. Judd Trump went out in the first round. And of course, Luca Brazil was the man who went on to beat him and win it. But he has played some good stuff this week. He's an incredibly dangerous player, and he really could do with this opening frame.
I thought the way he played against Kyren Wilson when he made a shaky start from 2-0 behind to win 5 in a row, and particularly the 3 frames after the interval, was very reminiscent of the snooker we saw from him at the Crucible. He was potting everything. The long balls were going in. He had a certain swagger about him around the table. He is so dangerous when he's at his best. And he was, for those 3 frames, playing at his best. And in the end, it was too much for Kyren, who'd been producing some great form himself to get to the semis. But what a shot this is.
Yeah, very good. The cue ball stayed in the centre of the table, which is often the clue.
23.
He wasn't finding the top side of the blue most of the afternoon, which is key in this game, but he has done so immediately with that last shot.
Trump had a chance to clear, as mentioned, in the final frame of the afternoon, and it looked like a pretty good one actually, but he missed a black to the right corner pocket, and that was a big let-off for C, who only needed a red to seal the frame, and that was a relief for him because Trump was undoubtedly the better player in the first session. Scored the heavier of the 2. Top break from Trump of 82, 73 from C. What a picture.
29.
But tonight is almost like a different match, isn't it? A different session. And having emerged relatively unscathed, just 2 behind, a fast start tonight, and we could really have a thrilling final on our hands.
Well, a choice of reds here might look at the red to middle as well.
36.
Absolutely incredible
37.
ovation for the players as they walked in this wonderful venue. I said it last night, you know, unless you've been to this venue and you think, well, we all know that the Crucible and Goffs and
44.
the old Wembley Conference Centre are the best ever. Well, you might change your mind if you ever go to the Tempodrome here in Berlin for finals night, because it's very
45.
special.
Trump having to sit out this first frame at the moment. So he had a pretty modest season before arriving in Berlin. His best ranking performance was actually the shootout, where he lost in the quarterfinals to Mark Allen, the eventual winner of that tournament. He didn't get in the World Grand Prix for the top 32 this season, but were he to win this evening, he would be in the upcoming Players' Championship in a couple of weeks for the top 16. In fact, he'd move up to 10th on the one-year list. Not thrilled with that positional shot, though.
No, again, position on the blue has not been his forte today. This time he's overdone it. He knew that there was an angle perfect on the blue where he could go into the 3 reds and almost guarantee being on something, but he hasn't got that angle. And he knows a 53-point lead is all well and good, but it's not enough. He's a good player with his opposite hand. He's played a number of shots left-handed. He might be playing a further one here if he can reach it.
57.
Yes, he's very
58.
good. Ambidextrous. So he needs to finish off frames like this as quickly as he possibly can. Well, I think he went into them, but the bonus is he's on the other red and he needs one more red, barring Snookers, to make a very bright start to the evening session.
Great long red to get in off Judd Trump's break. And with that going in, Trump needs a couple of snookers, so this is the perfect start for the underdog. The crowd acknowledging the significance of that pot. Trump was effusive in his praise of his opponent tonight ahead of this final, saying what a dangerous, exciting player he is. It's strange, isn't it, to think of Trump as the veteran in a generational battle, but it is
69.
the case this evening. He's 13 years his opponent's senior, Trump, 34.
70.
Yes, and of course Judd was the oldest of the 4 semi-finalists in an era when we still talk about the class of 92. This week, well, I think refreshingly, it's not been quite like that. We have seen some young talent emerging. Sam Craigie,
74.
Jiahui, really good players. Karen Wilson,
75.
not exactly a young player, but younger than Judd.
And now the possibility of starting this final session
82.
with his 5th century of the week. He made a couple in that remarkable comeback, miraculous comeback, whichever adjective you want to use, against Liu Hao Shan in the qualifying round when he was 4-0 down and 1-5-4.
83.
Made another century against Karen Wilson in the semi-finals.
Well, O'Sullivan did the same in 2012 when he won here, didn't he? Because he was 4-0 down, not in the first qualifier, but against Andrew Higginson.
88.
And then eventually beat him and won the title, so it's been done before. I'm not saying he's going to win this final, but if he continues like this, he'll go close.
Well, he's taken these superbly, hasn't he? That moment of irritation when he failed to get prime position on the blue, but using his opposite hand to retain
96.
the situation, and he is in
90.
full flow. And when he plays like this, he really is pretty scary for any opponent. What a start to the evening. The crowd loving it. His 49th professional century, his 13th this season.
105.
But most importantly, back within a single frame of Judd Trump when he was pretty close to falling 4 adrift this afternoon.
110.
It's the kind of start he wanted, not just the frame, not just the century, to get the crowd behind him and to restore his confidence. Fabulous break this, and look at this shot as well at the end. Top class stuff.
Food for thought for Trump. Magnificent. A superb clearance from Jiahui. His 5th century of the tournament to close to just 1 behind. Judd Trump now leading 5-4 of this year's German Masters, the Brandon Parker Trophy, the prize at the end of the evening for whoever gets to 10 frames. And Jiahui, courtesy of that brilliant clearance of 123, now within 1 frame of the 2-times winner Judd Trump, who won it back-to-back in 2020 and 2021. Was also a runner-up to Ding Junhui back in 2014, so he's very familiar with reaching the sharp end of this event, and of course hungry for yet another title. Would be his 27th ranking event success.
And that would put him within one of the great Steve Davis, but there's a lot of work for him to do before he can think about that, particularly the way his opponent started the night.
Well, there's a red at the bottom of the bunch to the left corner and one to the right corner from the other side. That's pretty well played as well. He's right behind that one. The other one is there. He might play on the second red with such an angle to open them. See what the plan is. Oh, goodness. Well,
Jiahui, 3.
What a dreadful shot to miss. Anyone can miss balls, but he can do without them tonight. I think he was looking at where the cue ball finished, as we all were. Forgot the pot.
Trump attempting the safe double, knowing that he couldn't leave anything if he missed it, and could have been in business had he got it, but at least from Jiahui's point of view, he didn't leave a straightforward red, having missed that one surprisingly.
Yeah, he's just got a little bit of previous, hasn't he? If you think about that World Championship, amazing comeback from Luca Bassel, which we do talk about a lot, but he missed a bad green when he was way in front into that third session, which he was clearing up. It was just a green off the spot. And it kind of turned the whole match. And that red he's missed was fairly... Well, you just couldn't really fathom that he was going to miss it.
Not thrilled to leave the cue ball short of the cushion there either, so perhaps still feeling a bit of a hangover from that surprising miss, because he could have been away again there, couldn't he? Another big break, possibly 5 each, you never know, had that red gone in.
I don't think there's anything that can be done here. Doesn't matter if he leaves it on the cushion or not. Judd's only going to roll into the bunch and we're going to get a re-rack, I think. Unless Judd particularly wants to avoid one by pushing this red down the table, the one that's over the middle. It's a dangerous shot though, because he could get a double kiss in trying to avoid a re-rack. Might just want to play 2 or 3 negative runs into the bunch and set him up again. He's taking the positive step. Perhaps. No.
Touching ball.
So Jiahui will not be able to play into bulk, I don't think. It'll be a huge gamble. So what can he do that's meaningful here? See what I'm saying? It's a bit of a stalemate. I think they should rack him up. Start the frame again is my feelings on this.
Normally there'd be a glance between the pair.
Eye contact.
Yeah, it looks at the moment, doesn't it, as you say, as though Trump would prefer not to do that. He's trying to find a way to progress the frame in a conventional way, but again reverting to the containing safety.
I mean, Tatiana might just have a look at them both in a minute. The referee, Tatiana Wollaston, given that it's hard to see where the progress could possibly come. Neither player can afford to leave a red to the middle. Could cost them the frame. I mean, Judd is the last player you'd think would just run into the back of the bunch. But sometimes you have no real choice. At least I've done something quite similar there. A fairly negative shot, which is understandable. Just seen a century from his young opponent.
They have played 4 times before, and each time Trump has been victorious. All of those best of 7 frame matches, 3 of them in the home nations. All of them comfortable wins for Trump, actually. He only dropped 5 frames in those 4 matches. But of course, Jiahui had never beaten Karen Wilson in 4 previous attempts and got the better of him.
I was just thinking exactly the same. Very similar record, apart from that, of course, that incredible shootout frame they played together. So, again, I would say this is not going far, this frame, anytime soon.
Touching ball.
Who's going to look across to the other player out of the two of them, is the question.
Well, one of the fans, at least, suggesting what we've been thinking about, i.e. a re-rack.
I don't think that the fans have got any say in the matter, though. It's between the two players and the referee.
Yeah, it seems pretty clear that neither are in the market for one at the moment. And that's why.
Amazing. Amazing pot. He probably felt that there was no risk this time because he was going to cover the other red. What a way to get in that was. In a position of absolutely nothing. That is why he's such a player.
And the black wasn't too shabby either because it was missable. Cut back.
Oh dear. He's extremely fortunate there, however. That was a bad positional shot. He got lucky. Didn't mean to cannon the other red at all.
$17. $24. 25.
That's a very good shot. Didn't have a lot of leeway there.
30.
There is a red to the right of the bunch, just slightly sticking out. But to play on it off his next colour, if you play the pink, of course, it might not be available very easily
31.
when the pink is respotted. So I think pink with an angle to nudge reds open here is the plan. Very deft little shot.
37. $38.
That'll do. Just arced slightly away from the reds and caught the left side.
45.
But he has pushed one out.
$46.
Judd Trump can't displace Ronnie O'Sullivan as the new world #1, even if he's to win this title this evening, but he'd be within a few thousand points of him. He does claim a hat-trick as Jiahui watches on. What a great red it was by Trump to get in initially for this break. And it looked as though we might be heading for a re-rack.
It's true, but prior to this red being knocked in, if you remember before the virtual stalemate, he missed a simple red to the right corner. See, having potted a red and a yellow. this was already missed. Hard to think of a reason why he would have missed it. Absolute sitter.
54.
That shot alone hasn't cost him the frame, but of course he would have been at the table first had he not missed it.
Having just knocked in that brilliant century. So it was out of the blue, that error. You could see his disappointment when he missed it.
61.
Looks as though he's going to be 2 behind again. But this has been a well-crafted break from Trump. He did get a little bit lucky
62.
with one positional shot, but the rest has been all skill.
Well, it's a very good start to the evening session, isn't it? Great atmosphere, tremendous standard already.
68.
This is the key ball.
69.
Well, it's hard to imagine a finer spectacle than 2 players like this playing their best. We saw the best of C in the first frame tonight, and we've seen a champion's response from Trump in this one. 2 players who love to attack.
76.
Fantastic potters. They have that X factor. A final befitting this great venue. And it's going to be Trump who moves 2 frames clear once again.
Right to middle, and the 2 reds on the left, of course they're not easy where they are, but of course as a left-hander, Judd will be able to reach across, not have to use the rest on them.
85.
The right-hand red, of course, he might play on it into the middle pocket by leaving the cue ball on the left cush. That's what he has tried. He's done it well.
The possibility of making 100 centuries in a single campaign for the second time very much on for Trump. He has been extraordinarily prolific this season once again in that regard.
93.
64 already in this campaign. Which is 26 clear. Make that now 27 of his nearest rivals.
101.
And what a break this has been. You could see that he had no interest at all in a re-rack, Judd Trump. He wanted to bide his time before he got in with the red, and it was an excellent one. And he's made the most of it.
Yeah, we didn't get a century all afternoon in the 8 frames we saw.
108.
But we've got a couple already tonight, so standard's gone up a notch. Look at this shot.
100.
Wizardry.
There's nothing he can't do with a cue ball. And he loves to entertain.
113.
What a break, what a start to the evening we've had. A 1-2-3 from Jiahui, 113 in response from Judd Trump to move 2 clear once again and within 4 of the title. The 2 times German Masters champion leads by 6 frames to 4. Jiahui asking the question with that opening salvo of 123. Judd Trump, who had a chance to lead 6-2 this afternoon, had to settle for 5-3 and then found himself at 5-4 up, has responded in typical fashion. 113 from him. His 8th century of the tournament to go 2 clear again and within 4 of the title.
Well, it's quite a handy little nudge, rather than full contact on the yellow. I think a lot depends on what happens in the next couple of frames here. You saw the Jiahui attack from the start of the evening with the century, Judd coming back there. You know, I guess the only person who could put put this match away in the next couple of frames is of course Judd. If he takes them both, he's got a lot of daylight between himself and Jiahui. But for now, not quite the case. He's a bit like Judd, very dangerous. Hard to keep out of the action for very long periods. But he has to brush up on certain elements of his game, like that safety shot, which was not played to the highest level. I suppose as a 21-year-old, he's still inexperienced, understandably. But he's learning all the time. Don't think he has to learn much, Jiahui, about his long game, because it seems to be there. It's just a few rough edges. And he'll look at this red to the right corner, which is difficult, and he probably would fancy potting it, but doesn't mean he will. But that's maybe how the young brigade see these shots. You've got to cue them very sweetly. And half an eye on getting the cue ball up the table from it, which he has achieved. I noticed during that century from Judd in the last frame, looking over at Jiahui, he was studying the way that Judd plays very intently, watching every move that he was making around the table, almost learning on the job against him.
One.
It's another great shot.
Very difficult pot. Well negotiated by Trump, queuing close to the side cushion. He hasn't been phased at all, has he, by that opening blitz from Jiahui?
I think that's a great shot. We've just seen of it on replay. It does sometimes foreshorten the distance between the balls, though. It was a long pot and it was very accurately played. Now, what is he on this time? I think he played to nudge something, but didn't quite manage it.
8.
Well, this plant's not easy, goodness, if he plays this. I guess at least all three balls are sort of in a line, which helps. But the distance between them is substantial. Well, it looked bad, didn't it? But it's because it hit the red on the way through.
Judd trump. 8.
Yeah, nothing threatened the pocket there. Quite a lot moved, but at least from Trump's point of view, he got the cue ball back to the balk area. Frustrated, clearly, having knocked in such a great opening red, that visit only resulted in 8 points.
What he has done, though, is in hitting that red on the way through, the reds have spread all over the table, so an escape to bulk is not simple for C.
That too was a long way off. Nothing easy left, but can Trump find a pot here?
Sometimes you look at Jiahui and he's clearly a brilliant player, a brilliant prospect, and he hasn't been winning this season. Sometimes you can see why Jiahui is brilliant and sometimes why he doesn't win all the time either. It's just a combination of very good and sometimes not so good, his game.
That's a terrific pot again from Trump. Clean as a whistle this time.
Yeah, I like the idea with the cue ball not leaving anything but brown with the red in bulk. It's all there for him now. It's quite a clever place to stick the cue ball after the shot.
5. 6.
It's easy to forget now, given the season Trump has had, that last season was, certainly in the ranking events, a bit of a frustrating one for him, and at times he was even getting bogged down in matches which you've never associated him with in the past. He didn't win a ranking tournament. He did make the final of the World Grand Prix, losing to Mark Allen. Of course, he won the Masters, but even in that tournament, it was a bit of a battle for him throughout until the last session, really, when he turned it on
10.
to come from behind to beat Williams for his second Masters crown. But this season, it's been normal business resumed, really. So consistent.
11.
Reminiscent of that extraordinary consistency that he found, particularly after he won the world title, when he won 11 ranking tournaments in 2 seasons. Seems to have that mojo back again this season. His long game has returned. And okay, he has lost in a few finals, but he's getting to the sharp end of virtually
70.
every event he enters at the moment.
$18.
April doesn't feel far away, does it? The World Championship is already looming large, even though there are big events still to come, not least the final leg of the Home Nations in just over a week's time here on Eurosport. But it certainly feels as though Trump is once again a leading contender,
26.
having lost, as Neil mentioned earlier, in the first round last season to Anthony McGill when he seemed out of sorts. Seems to be hitting top form just at the right time this season, with the Crucible in mind.
Well,
29.
Left-hander, he's not quite come far enough. It's a bit of a stretch, this red, from here. That's all right. He's worried about being snookered on the 2 reds. You can see how much that he was stretching across. He had no more leverage on that score. I think any more, he'd have had to use the rest. Swinging the cue around. A couple of cushions here to an area where he's got a choice of reds.
37. $38.
Well, it's okay. It's not A1 position. You might think about the pink to left centre to play on the red just to the right of the pink. But I think he initially played on the black.
He looks very sharp though, doesn't he? And he's not been remotely phased
44.
by that opening century from Jiahui. If anything, it's inspired Trump to find an extra gear.
45.
Yes, the plan there was to nudge into the 2 reds and bring them into play. But he hasn't quite achieved that goal, and there's a bit more to do. They certainly need 1 red with a high value colour, or very likely even 2 reds from here.
$52.
But he's got the angle to play red-black, and then all of a sudden it's a snooker required.
$53.
And Jiahui has potted just 2 balls since that century. Missed the straightforward red to this right corner early in the previous frame. Then watched Judd Trump make a century. And there goes frame ball. So it's looking very likely to be a 3-frame cushion again for Trump. He led 5-2 this afternoon, could have been 6-2. Felt significant that C was able to fall over the line in that 8th frame after Trump had missed a black. But he's going to be 3 behind again. And Trump is playing exceptionally well. He looks very sharp.
68. 69.
Loves this tournament. Going for a hat-trick, of course. In this his 4th final at the Templedrum.
You're right, though, he is looking sharp, and I don't think all week he's been particularly sharp. He had a 5-0 win against Lucas Kleckers, who didn't really perform to any level in front of his home crowd. 1 or 2 matches along the way where he played well, but not all of them. But as we know, get him to finals weekend, and it brings the best out in him. That's why he's here again. Difficult man to shift when it comes to the final Sunday of an event.
83.
This is 43rd ranking final appearance, going for title number
84.
27, 5th in the all-time list, and still only 34.
$91. 92.
It's going to be some start, isn't it, with the pretty simple
99.
yellow here to bring up the 3rd century in 3 frames only played tonight. It's the standard of the highest level.
Incredible stuff. The crowd are loving it. 66 centuries for the season now for Judd Trump. The next highest, 38.
$108.
968 for his career. Jiahui started the night with an impressive century that might have made Judd Trump think of it. In fact, it's inspired him to greater heights. 2 centuries of his own in response to move 3 clear once again and within 3 of the German Masters title. He leads Jiahui here in Berlin, 7 frames to 4. The late World Snooker director, who was also manager of players like Sean Murphy and Kyron Wilson, who was the pioneer of this tournament back in 2011, much missed, who's going to be lifting that trophy aloft, as well as a cheque for £80,000. At the moment, Judd Trump very much in the box seat. He's playing superbly, but C has shown that, given the chance, he can do likewise. So if he can win this frame, share this mini session, he's still in the match.
It's almost as if when Jiahui won that first frame with that beautiful century, it sort of got Judd Trump pumped up for what came in the next 2 frames, almost as if he needed to be kick-started into action.
Became only the 5th player to win 3 ranking titles in a row earlier this season. Holds the record for 6 in a single campaign, going for his 4th tonight. At one stage he won 22 consecutive matches.
Yes, and I think his form tailed off a little bit after that, only because he's a human being and he can't always be razor sharp with his game. He was soundly beaten in the final of the Champion of Champions by Mark Allen, and there seemed to be just a, as well as Allen was very good in that match, but Judd was not as sharp as he had been either. But he's back with a bang this time.
Looked as though he was almost threatening that white not to drop into the pocket there, Judd Trump's, giving it the daggers, and it worked. It's a withering look, isn't it?
Just looking for where he can leave the cue ball. Somewhere where he had his cue there, in line with the yellow, down onto the cushion. Just somewhere that's very awkward to escape from. Decided to try and get in somewhere else instead, maybe behind the green. Either way, has not quite achieved his goal there. Good enough shot in reply.
It feels like a frame that Jiahui realistically has to win. The way Judd Trump is playing, 8-4 down in a race to 10 would surely be too much to pull back after the final interval. So this little safety exchange all important for the 21-year-old.
Once again, the attempt to get in behind the green is what he's after. Hasn't quite managed it. But that'll do.
Whatever happens this evening, he'll enjoy a new career high ranking in the official list. He's up to 24th, getting to the final, Jiahui. He'll be 20th if he wins this evening. And as mentioned, he'll be well and truly in the upcoming Players' Championship for the top 16 on the one-year list if he's triumphant tonight.
Well, I'm glad he's having a second look, because it appears to be very tight to get past that blue to pop the red. I'm not sure. What do you think at home? I don't think he can pop that ball without going into the blue ball first. He can get to the red on the left side, the one that's fairly close to the pocket on the cushion, with sender ball striking, but that one, I don't think the potting angle is available to him. Well, he's queuing right over the top of the green, so it's a tough shot to play the thin safety here. can't get the same levels of accuracy when you're queuing down so much on the ball.
Hasn't potted one for 36 minutes.
One.
But he's potted that one all right, cued it well. However, no position to go with it.
No, I think he got hold of the cue ball too much. He absolutely flew back down the table. He finished on the one place down at the bulkhead where nothing now pots in the way of a colour.
Jiahui 1.
Been annoyed by that because it was a terrific red, but it will count for very little. Seemed a very risky shot to play. I can't think that the red was ever going to go anywhere like different to how it has. It's a narrow pot in angle, this one, so it's not a simple shot, but it seemed an odd shot selection from Jiahui. But he's got away with it because, like I say, that wasn't sitting over the pocket, he had to drop it in.
Judd Trump knows the importance of this frame as well. An 8-4 lead would really put him in such a commanding position. 7-5 and he'd still have plenty of work to do. Goodness, flirting with that centre pocket again. He could easily have left that red. He hasn't done in the event. You can just feel the tension around this frame, even though Trump's 3 clear. They're both acutely aware of the significance of this one.
Trump 7.
Did he come round and have a look at that? Because it did seem that the black was sure to go very close to the right corner. He's played 3 quite strange shots already in this frame.
This is a tough one. Oh, it's brilliant. It's brilliant cueing from Trump. It really is.
Yeah, very good. He didn't want to be straight on the green, but I think he is. Brown's a very thin pot, but this was lovely cueing. I mean, from the green, he's probably got the cue power and the cue speed to whip the cue ball back down towards the reds. But for him, if it's tough, then for other players, it wouldn't be even possible. So you'll see the speed through the ball here. He's going to hit this hard. Play with screw and left hand running side. Reverse side, which sort of run up the cushion.
Trump looking to see if the black goes here in between those reds.
Yeah, it's through the eye of a needle, isn't it, as to whether it does. Once again, I don't think that potting angle is there unless he plays it with side, which I don't believe he'd want to do.
Nine.
Probably Judd Trump's best all-round performance of the week was against Jiahui Nu when he flew into a 4-0 lead in around about 40-odd minutes. He was quite magnificent. He made 3 centuries. It looked at one stage as though he was going to win 5-0. Missed one ball and Jiahui won a couple of frames. But that's gone wrong. To some degree, at least.
It's been a hard work. Break of 13, this, isn't it? With the low-value colours, difficult shots positionally. Might be able to get to the potting angle again, heading down the table, though.
14.
He's not missing much, is he, Trump? He's looked very sharp tonight. Didn't get a look in the first frame, broke off and C made the century, but since then he's been outstandingly good. Another great red to get in this frame. And these tricky pots are going in the centre.
That's a very good shot to be on that red.
16.
He's taken 4 reds and 4 bulk colours for a break of 16 here. But now the high value colours come into play.
$24. 25. $31. 32.
Well, he's had back-to-back centuries here already, looking for 3 in a row. I don't think that's at the forefront of his mind. Of course, we've had a century in every frame tonight because of the one that C started the evening with. But, I mean, as I say, early on, it was really hard work, reds and low-value colours, this break. But now he played such a key shot from yellow to the red near the pink spot. And it really did open things up for him for what's to come since.
It's looking like a case of don't poke the beast, isn't it? With Jiahui starting the evening perfectly, but that has only served to inspire
45.
Trump to greater heights.
46.
He's been pretty much immaculate since that opening frame. This is the shot that Neil was alluding to, and the initial red that he got in with was brilliantly cued as well.
Well, it's frame ball, and the cannon might just enable quite a few more in this break. Maybe it's nice to think he could make another century here. Crowd wouldn't
61.
say no to that, I can assure you.
Like all great players, Trump has that ability to find a new level when the prize is on the line, and he's certainly doing that this evening.
Yeah, he actually tried to move the top red there, so he'll be annoyed that he hasn't achieved that. The century's in doubt now. Didn't put it cleanly. I think the red is going to have to go up the table into the yellow pocket. I think we saw him put something similar on the other
74.
side this afternoon. This will bring the house down if this goes in.
It's always drifting to the far jaw, that one, but it's another brilliant break from Judd Trump. Another frame-winning contribution. He's played quite magnificently since the opening century from Jiahui. What a mini-session that's been for this packed crowd here in Berlin, and it's Judd Trump who's won it 3-1, and that means he's extended his lead to a commanding 4 frames, and when they come back in 15 minutes, he'll need just 2 more. He leads 8 frames to 4. Trump 2 frames away from being crowned champion once again here. Frame 13 of a possible 19.
Yeah, very tall order from here, of course. While Jiahui can keep Judd to 8 frames rather than on the brink at 9, I suppose he'll feel he's got just a little bit of room to manoeuvre, but not a load. He'll have to play some of the snooker we saw from the World Championships in that quarter and semi-final where he was so brilliant.
Touching ball.
But Judd, he looks as if he's going to be tough to beat, whatever is thrown at him, quite honestly.
Foul. The miss.
He had to make a very thin contact. He just missed it by an absolute whisker. But given that the keeper went in to the top left pocket, I think Judd will, from hand, be fancying this long red. May have played to kiss the red out by the black, but either way he's landed on the pink to middle.
7.
Good cueing again from Trump from the side cushion. Not easy when you've got so little of the cue ball to aim at. But again, he managed to hit it sufficiently well to get out for this blue. And he's never been remotely fazed by going in and out of balk. Even though, once again, the cue ball isn't great.
30.
Yeah, this time it's not good at all. This red to the right of the black from there is quite a difficult one. Awkward cueing. Well, if you're going to miss those
13.
playing them that gently, you're always going to miss them thick in contact, which he did. Don't know why it is, but it'll always be the way you miss them. Just holding for the black, I suppose.
One.
A little bit sloppy there. He didn't want to brush that red on the way through. He wanted to be straighter on the red to hold for the black. Now he can't do that.
Jiahui.
The cueing was awkward enough for that red to be missable, so he has lost his way a little since he missed that much easier red into the opposite corner after such a great start to the evening with the century. He's barely troubled the scorers since then.
Yes, and chances haven't been coming, but that was a half-decent opportunity there. As I say, the positional side of it from the previous shot was probably the reason he missed when he did. The worst place to finish. No position on the blue ball, to his annoyance. Not his. Well, he's not going to risk a shot at a bolt colour here. He can't see any reason to present an easy chance back to Jiahui, who could do with something right now.
Yellow ball. The trump. 1.
got to be careful here on the way back up from safety not to hit that left-hand red. It's not quite in play. If you call something a little thick, he could hit it. The natural up and down just misses the red, sending the cue ball into bulk. But when you've got Judd Trump playing the shot after you, you know, you have to make sure your safety is absolutely immaculate. Well, he's faced with this sort of a shot at the last time he came to the table in that top left-hand corner. But taking a different route this time. That's a very good safety shot. I mean, I don't think you could beat that from where he was. That's first class. It's a very good exchange, this one. Judd is holding his own to anything that's thrown at him in the safety department by Jiahui.
Just 5 balls potted from Jiahui in the last hour of play. And it all started with that routine red when he looked set to make another sizable break, having made the century in the first frame tonight. But since then, very little from him. Doing his best here to win this safety battle, give himself a chance to stay in the match. Keep Trump on 8 frames, as Neil mentioned. Good cue ball.
It was a very difficult shot. He did well to avoid hitting something. Heading back to bolt, but he hasn't found the cushion and he's left a thin red. But he was in a lot of trouble, actually. That's a handy nudge, but you wouldn't want to deny him it because he hasn't potted many balls, as we've heard, not recently. And if there's going to be any kind of a comeback, he's going to need a few kisses to go his way.
Yeah, and he won the safety battle, that was key. Left Trump in quite a predicament just now, and that has created this chance for him. Obviously the black isn't great at the moment.
5.
Now, he's quite congested into that left corner, but the red obviously goes through the gap and the black to follow it, so that was a very good shot to finish there.
11. $80. $19. $24.
Well, he was looking across at the black, which is obviously fairly
25.
tight, but to that right corner it does go.
Judd Trump sitting in his chair for once for a
32.
sustained spell.
33.
Jiahui left him in an awkward spot on the baulk cushion, and that has created this chance. A chance, if nothing else, just to get that cue arm going again, because as we mentioned,
40.
he's potted precious few balls since he made the century in the first frame of the night.
41. $48. $49.
Played it well to run around the 3 cushions like that to get on the black again. And he could break this. He needs this red to leave snookers required, but he's taken them so well because there were so many
56.
reds around the black spot when he came to the table. This is excellent stuff. Stop the rot in no uncertain terms with this break.
A vital intervention from C. Needed to keep Trump
64.
a couple of frames from the winning line, really. And he's done that in fine style by the looks of it. Just checking the scoreboard. 54 the lead, only 43 left.
Jiahui, 64.
And Judd Trump nods his head. So, Jiahui gives himself a realistic chance of turning this final around by winning that frame and getting the gap back to just 3. Judd Trump now leading 8 frames to 5.
Frame 14.
After Judd Trump won
Jiahui.
3 consecutive frames, 2 of them with centuries for 8-4. C stepping in with that excellent 64 break to close to 8-5. 10, of course, is the target for the title. The first prize of £80,000 and the Brandon Parker Trophy. As C brings a red up the table, but he's covered it, I believe. Certainly he's got a good cue ball. Tatiana Williston having a good look. He's been playing some decent safety in the last frame and a bit. Jiahui, and of course that is vital against an informed Trump, that he keeps the cue ball on that baulk rail. Red's certainly fanning out very invitingly. Another good return this time from Trump.
Yeah, and Jiahui just almost applauded that shot because it really was well played. A little shake of the head. There's been some very fine safety played by both players in this evening's session. And how does he get a thin edge of anything? Or failing that, is there a containing shot? I don't think there is to this end of the table, with the red fairly low on the left side. So it doesn't leave a lot. He might end up having to go for something. If there's no other alternative, he wouldn't want to, because the pot would be pretty nasty. Just wondering if he can get to the edge of the bunch, the 4 reds, and throw it wide around the angles. But after a minute plus of checking, there is no obvious shot. So you might be coming to the point where you think, right, there's no safety, I must at least try and pot a ball, put my way out of trouble. I decided not to. It's okay in the end. Keeper was travelling a little bit. Could have gone around the back of that red. In the end, it's a fairly decent defensive option.
It's already been a very lucrative week for Judd Trump, of course. 80,000 on the line tonight if he wins, but he's already bagged 150,000 for winning the Bet Victor European Series bonus for a 3rd time with a tournament to spare, the Welsh Open, in a week's time. No one can catch him. Just a measure of his consistency, the success he's had this season already.
1.
He's so good at that shot, rolling something to middle on the way back up the table to bulk. It's a shot he plays so well. All part of his game is how he creates chances from not much. Like the frame earlier, which looked for all the world like it was going to be a re-rack because nothing was happening for a number of shots, and he potted a red to that left middle again. Made a big break from it.
5.
And that's also very nicely played. Exactly the nudge he was looking for. He might be able to shift the other two reds here as well. They're in the way of the black to the other pocket. He's played 4 good shots in a row here.
A very rare mobile phone here at the Templedrum. You don't hear them very often.
13.
Trump back in the zone, it would seem.
You know why that is, don't you, Phil? That mobile phone is so rare here is because when the MC Rolf Kalb requests that people turn off their mobile phone, as you get everywhere else at the Templedrum, they actually do it. They do turn their phone off and don't ignore the advice.
Yes, etiquette here has always been outstanding. Just very passionate about their snooker. Of course, they had the privilege of watching their own man, Lucas Kleckers, on the table earlier this week against Trump. Sadly for Lucas, it didn't work out. Trump was in unforgiving mood, won 5-0, but the truth is they just love the sport, period.
19.
Doesn't matter who's playing. And they create quite an atmosphere.
20. $27. 28. 35. 36. 43. 44.
'Played on the loose reds there. The bunch were a little awkward there. The way they were placed, the cue might have just deflected off them and up the side of the table. So he played the shot because he's nearing the point of winning the frame.
$57. 58.
Now this time now he's cleared those two reds that were open. He probably has to play to deflect into the bunch in some way. Still 75 on, so he does need a red and a colour after this black. Unless there's some kind of a plant there, it is end of break.
65.
The three reds are fairly well lined up to the corner pocket, but surely that would be very fortunate if he's on a plant. You know what, it's not a million miles away. I think if he were to miss this, it probably would be left side of the pocket as we were looking. But does he really need to take that risk? It's the one way back into the frame for Jiahui, perhaps. Of course, the other thing he doesn't want to do is get the other red off the cushion, the safe red. It's left him in something of a predicament. Well, I think the problem is he might miss this to the left jaw if he's going to miss it at all. It went in off the left jaw, but what a shot to take on.
It went in resoundingly with a great rate of knots. The crowd certainly were thrilled by that one, and even Jiahui is applauding it.
I think he felt as if he didn't really know what else he could play, because it was a risk, given that he's a long way in front of the frame.
Is this in, though? He was up very early, never a good sign.
Judd Trump, 66.
Still 67 on the table.
Wow. After that plant and all the shots before, he misses frame ball. So there's just a glimmer of hope in this frame for Jiahui. Blacks with all these 5 reds, though. That's the first objective. Nothing else will do.
What a frame this would be for C to steal. That could certainly change the dynamic in this final. Trump was nailed on, it seemed, there for 9-5. 4 up with 5 to play. This would be a huge boost for Jiahui if he could somehow conjure a clearance here.
9.
It's going to take some doing, though. I think the red on the right's the problem red, more so than the one on the cushion, because you know he's got to get on it and get on the black from it, with the middle pocket blocked off by the blue. But for now, he's got to take what he can, see where it leads.
16. $17. $24. $25.
Every shot being cheered at the moment. The neutrals in this venue will want C to come back, I'm sure. Make this tight.
As I say, that was always going to be the problem red, though.
32.
And he was very disappointed, understandably. But if he can put a good safety shot in, then maybe the door is still not closed on him for this frame.
Jiahui, 32.
Wow. It's end up a good shot, but he actually hit that blue, which was close enough to the pocket before he hit it. Thankfully, it never dropped in.
This has become the biggest frame of the final so far. Judd Trump looked a certainty when he knocked in that terrific plant to make it 9-5, but then missed the blue, allowing C back into the frame. Trump is only one pot away from winning it even now, but at the moment snookered on that red. And there's nothing safe. Good hit, trusting to luck where the red ends up. Wasn't far away from fluking it. Has he snookered him nevertheless? Would appear he has done.
I think hitting that snooker was also very significant because it'll still be that Jiahui needs a black with this red. Any other colour, lower value with the blue over the hole would have been okay had he missed the snooker. Difficult one, this. Ooh. Well, it was a really awkward red, and he had to screw around the angles for the black, but he left it unmissable.
Just this red for Trump for 9-5.
1.
And he'll be relieved because having missed the blue, there was definitely some jeopardy there for Trump. But now, Jiahui finds himself in the same predicament as he did in his very first German Masters match this season against Liu Haoshan. 4 down with 5 to play.
8.
Surely lightning can't strike twice. Not against Judd Trump in this mood.
11. 15. 20. 26.
Judd Trump clears to the pink and moves to within 1 frame of a 3rd German Masters title. Jiahui now has a mountain to climb. Judd Trump extending his lead to 9 frames to 5, 1 away from the trophy. So frame 15, Judd Trump breaking off in the frame. He hopes will carry him to the title. 9-5 in front.
Well, I think if he is going to make any sort of a comeback, Jiahui, he's going to have to really get his scoring together and win frames quickly and in a single scoring visit. And play basically the snooker of his life from here.
Touching ball.
Well, the touching ball is the call. I wonder if Judd can reach across and attempt to pot this. If so, it was not much of a shot that was played by Jiahui to leave it on. Yeah, the left-hander's shot, isn't it?
One.
So right-handed play, you could never get to that from that side, obviously. Came as a big surprise, just putting a bit of extra pace into it to take the cue ball away from the cushion back into the middle of the table, but I didn't think he'd miss it. Doubt anyone here in the Temperdrum thought that either.
One. Five. Six.
Nicely done. Just caught the left jaw, but that I think might have made the shot on the black a little straighter than he hoped for, but the pot was a decent one. Well, John will be a little surprised by the blue he missed. It was one he would very rarely miss. How costly will it be? That's a great shot, but he hasn't, it seems, got on the black very well, if at all. He's taking this on. Oh, what a shot that is. It's almost like he's had enough of playing safe and he wants to just make things happen. Brilliant.
16.
He's going to need another good pot. This is by no means a formality. Very nearly fluked it.
Jiahui, 16.
As he left it, I think maybe the yellow's covering the pocket. Feels like do or die, doesn't it, for C?
Well, I don't blame him throwing his cue at a few and seeing what comes of it. But he has left the red on. That's the problem. Yellow's not covering.
One.
It was such a good yellow to keep the break going, but it's hard to keep potting difficult balls into the bunch here. Great split. He's on a couple of reds, certainly the red to the right corner, but I wonder if anything else was available to him. He deserves to be on something after that shot. It's quite a thin red, isn't it? From the overhead you can see that right-hand red. It's quite thin contact, more so than it looks. So through the gap, the other red.
6.
Amazingly, he's kind of come in between about 3 or 4 possible reds that he could have gone for. He is on one, I think, the one to the right, but he's very tight either way. Yeah, that will pot. You can definitely get through to the potting angle there, if nothing else is available. Yeah, thinking about the possibility of getting on the black from it. Anyway, up the table he's gone.
11.
Tying up the fact that the black could be onto the left corner from certain areas on the right side.
Brown ball. $15.
Jiahui resolved to go all out on the attack at the start of this frame. Potted a couple of great balls, but the awkward
16.
red eluded him, and he did leave one for Trump. This is the result. And now, the 2 times winner of this event, looking to go for the jugular.
$22. $23.
Well, he's turned this into a chance to get the match
29.
won when Jiahui, when he went for that red and missed it, he felt that the red was being covered perhaps by the yellow, close, and he would get more chances,
30.
but it might be that he won't get another shot from here. This was the ball he missed, nearly fluked it into a different pocket, but when it came to rest, it might have been covered on a different day by the yellow, but it just went past it.
I think he'll look back at that red he missed in the second frame of the evening. He'd started quite brilliantly, the perfect start, making a century off Judd Trump's break.
37.
And he was in early in the next. And this is the red in question. Came out of the blue, really, when he might have been eyeing 5 each. And then, of course, it's a very different final. But since then, Trump has very much been in charge. Played superbly.
43.
Well, he has. I mean, this has been an interesting week for Judd because he has played very well when pushed, especially this evening.
44.
But I don't think he's played at his best all week. You know, he's almost limped through the odd match just by his determination and his all-round game. Safe in the knowledge that when the good stuff comes along, he's virtually untouchable. And it's just another week of hard work for him,
50.
culminating in being here on finals day and playing some terrific snooker. He can't pot all the balls all the
50.
time, and he's found a recipe and a blend that can get him home in early round matches.
36 the lead.
Yeah, so taking the pink, Jiahui can still win, but not for very long, I don't suspect. This is tournament ball coming up.
57.
Didn't win a single ranking event last season, even though he did claim the Masters, and now he's a ball away from his 4th in this campaign already. And as so many pots have been this evening, in particular, right in the centre from Judd Trump, he's been ruthless. It's been a great week for Jiahui after the disappointment of the way in which he lost the World semi-final last season. He's got to his first ranking final. He's moved to a career high ranking in the process. But he's going to fall a little short tonight in the face of the form player. Utterly
64.
dedicated to what he achieves on the match table. Judd Trump treats every tournament with equal importance and respect, and he's snaffled yet another one.
He has. He can't make a century here. Can reach 99. That's about it, but not that that's a bad break to make. And while he's got an eye on centuries, I don't think he's worried. What he's got an eye on tonight is the trophy, and he's about to lift it again. It's been a terrific week here in Berlin, and slightly extended tournament has enabled a lot of the best players to be around, and one of the very best has won the whole thing again.
Nothing like the feeling when you know the job is done, another trophy has been bagged. It's like the victory lap for Trump, and stand by all pockets when he's in this mood. The winning machine that is Judd Trump has done it again. It's a record third German Masters title for the Juddernaut. What a performance in front of this capacity Berlin crowd at the Templedrome. A wonderful achievement again from Trump. A fourth title this season in his seventh final. He has defeated Jiahui.
1000 Pfund Siegprämie, die Brandon Parker Trophy und der Titel Wettviktor German Masters Champion 2024 für ihn, für Judd Trump.
Another phenomenal season for Judd Trump. His fourth title in his seventh final. That's 27 ranking titles for his career. He's only one behind the legendary Steve Davis now, and he's still only 34, Neil.
Yes, he's unbelievable. He treats all of these events the same. He loves it here in Berlin, and why wouldn't he? What a crowd, and it's a fabulous tournament. He just loves winning. So it's absolutely terrific to see him lift the trophy here again. Fantastic. The best players won all